The room is dark, but the light behind your eyes is still on. You are lying there, perhaps staring at the way the moonlight hits the edge of the dresser, or watching the slow, steady rise and fall of your own chest. You are waiting. You are waiting for the quiet to arrive, but instead the mind keeps arriving with small, unbidden offerings. A sentence from years ago suddenly sharp and clear. A look on a stranger's face that you are certain meant something more than it did. An unpaid bill sitting on the kitchen counter. A vague, shapeless fear that seems to have no name, yet feels heavy enough to press against your ribs. And just when you think the sequence is finished, the mind produces one more meaning to decode, one more memory to reopen, one more knot to untie. It feels as though you are sitting in a room where people keep knocking at the door. And because you are a person who cares, because you seek to understand, you feel an obligation to stand up, walk to the door, and open it. You feel you cannot possibly rest until you have seen who is there, until you have heard what they have to say, and until you have decided how to respond. You treat every thought like a guest that demands a full conversation, and every flicker of doubt like a fire that must be inspected for embers. There is a specific hollow fatigue in this kind of vigil. It is not the tiredness of a day spent working. It is the fatigue of a mind that has spent the night chasing its own tail. You are running through a labyrinth of your own making, believing that if you only follow this particular thread to its very end, you will eventually find the exit. You believe that if you can just analyze this mistake, or interpret this silence, or trace this anxiety to its root, you will finally earn the right to sleep. You have convinced yourself that rest is unsafe until the mind has finished its investigation. I am not here to tell you to stop. I am not here to give you a way to force the door shut, or to instruct you on how to silence the knocking. Trying to force the breathing to slow, or the mind to be silent, often only makes the knocking louder, more insistent, more frantic. I am simply here to sit with you in the dark. I want to offer you a different way of being with the noise. What if we could look at these thoughts not as commands that must be obeyed, or problems that must be solved, but simply as things that are happening? What if we could acknowledge the guest at the door without necessarily inviting them in for tea? The mind is a restless builder. It is capable of building entire worlds out of a single misinterpreted glance. It can take a tiny fragment of a conversation and expand it into a tragedy. It can take a physical sensation and weave it into a web of catastrophe. It does this because it thinks it is protecting you. It thinks that by inspecting every shadow, it can keep you safe. It thinks that by following every path, it can prevent you from getting lost. But the cost of this protection is your peace. Tonight, we are going to walk through a series of moments. We will sit with people who are also awake, people caught in the loop of the unfinishable thought. We will see the monk replaying a moment of shame, the baker reading too much into a text, the widower spiraling into the past, and the guard listening for meaning in the wind. As we listen, I invite you to notice the habit of the chase. Notice when your mind reaches out to grab a new thought, trying to pull it into the light to see it more clearly. You don't have to fight that reaching. You don't have to judge yourself for the way your mind wanders. But as we move through these stories, see if you can practice a small, gentle distance. See if you can allow the thoughts to knock while you remain in the warmth of the blankets. See if you can let the thoughts exist in the room without feeling the need to follow them down the hallway to see where they lead. There is a quiet dignity in leaving a thought unfinished. There is a real relief in deciding that some things do not require your attention right now. There is a vast, open space that begins to form when we stop believing that every mental spark is an instruction.
The night does not need to be solved. The mind does not need to be mastered. The night simply is, and you are allowed to be here in the dark without needing to know the meaning of every shadow. Let the weight of your body settle. Let your breath become a slow, rhythmic tide. We will move into these stories together, and in the quiet spaces between them, we will find the strength to let the thoughts pass, like clouds moving across a moonlit sky, leaving the sky itself untouched, vast and still. Think of the weight of your limbs against the mattress. Feel the coolness of the air on your cheek and the warmth trapped beneath the covers. There is a settledness in the floor beneath your bed, a stillness in the walls of the house around you. The world is continuing its slow, unthinking rotation, even while your mind attempts to hold it still. You might feel the need to check the time or to calculate how many hours of rest remain before the morning light begins to seep through the curtains. You might feel the urge to scan your body for tension, to find the exact spot where a muscle is tight and try to smooth it out. You can do that if you need to. But as we move into these stories, try to let the checking happen without the need to fix. Let the tension be part of the landscape. Let the time passing be part of the rhythm. Every thought that enters the room is like a small leaf drifting down from a tree. Some leaves are bright and easy to see. Others are dark and heavy. Some land on the edge of your consciousness and stay for a moment, while others drift far out of sight into the shadows. You do not need to gather them all. You do not need to sort them into piles. You do not need to decide which ones are useful and which ones are waste. You can simply let them land where they will. The air in the room is heavy with the stillness of the night. There is the sound of your own breathing, a slow and natural occurrence that requires no effort and no interpretation. There is the faint, rhythmic creak of the house settling into the earth. There is the absence of any demand being placed upon you. The stories we are about to hear are not meant to distract you from your thoughts, but to show you how to inhabit the space they leave behind. We will look at lives that have been interrupted by the same sudden, sharp interruptions that you are experiencing now. We will see the way a single moment can become a loop, and how eventually the loop can be let go. The heavy blankets, the pillow beneath your head, the darkness that softens the edges of the furniture. All of this is real. All of this is solid. The thoughts, however, are like the smoke from a candle, shifting and changing shape, impossible to grasp or hold. As we begin, let the tension in your jaw soften. Let your shoulders drop just a fraction deeper into the bed. You are not alone in this watchfulness. We are simply sitting here in the quiet, waiting for the morning and letting the thoughts be exactly what they are without the need to follow them into the night. Story 1. Brother Adam and the thought he could not stop replaying at night. The room is small, carved from cedar and silence, but the silence is not empty tonight. It feels heavy, pressed against the walls. Brother Adam lies on his back, the thin cotton sheet pulled to his chin, listening to the rhythmic, hollow creak of the temple floorboards as the building settles. High in the dark rafters, the faint, sweet scent of lingering cedar smoke drifts down, a ghost of the evening's incense mingling with the cool, damp smell of the mountain air. A single sliver of moonlight cuts through the gap in the window, resting across the floorboards like a bright, sharp blade. It illuminates a small, dark circle on the wood, a ring left by a ceramic teacup placed there earlier that evening. The mark is stubborn, a damp memory of something already past, yet it remains, visible and unmoving. Nearby, his gray novice robe is folded with precision on a wooden stool. In the dim light, the heavy fabric looks like a shadow that has taken human shape. Adam is not thinking about the moonlight or the scent of the cedar. He is back in the tea room. He is back in the moment when the silence between him and the senior monk was broken not by wisdom or a peaceful observation, but by his own voice. He can still feel the heat rising in his neck and the way his tongue felt too large for his mouth. He remembers the clumsy, unnecessary sentence he let slip. A comment about the weather, or perhaps a trivial remark about the tea. It was something so mundane, it should have been invisible. Yet he spoke it with a jarring, unrefined edge. He traces the words in his mind over and over. He dissects the tone
He examines the timing. He replays the way the senior monk's eyes flickered just for a second toward the window. A momentary lapse in focus that Adam has interpreted as profound disappointment. The edge of the mosquito net hangs near his face, a fine, translucent veil that blurs the edges of the room. As he breathes, the net moves ever so slightly, mirroring the restlessness in his chest. Every time he tries to close his eyes, the sentence returns. It is not just a sentence anymore. In the dark, it has begun to grow. It has become a piece of evidence. He finds himself searching through the memory for a deeper truth behind the slip. He tells himself that the awkwardness wasn't just a mistake of speech, but a symptom. He begins to build a case against himself. If he could be so careless with words in a space meant for mindfulness, what does that say about his foundation? Is this the crack in the vessel? Is this the proof that his discipline is merely a thin veneer hiding a fundamental, unworkable clumsiness? He watches the moonlight on the floor. The ring from the cup seems to grow larger in his mind, an expanding blot of darkness. He thinks of the tea ceremony as a delicate web of interconnected moments, and he sees his remark as a heavy finger that has torn the silk. He begins to branch out, following the thought into the territory of his entire character. He wonders if the senior monks see the same clumsiness in him. He wonders if the way he handled the teacup is a reflection of how he handles the Dharma, with a lack of presence, with a wandering, distracted spirit. The shadows in the corners of the room seem to deepen. The scent of the cedar smoke feels heavier now, as if the room is shrinking around his growing realization. He is trapped in a loop of interpretation. He is not just remembering a mistake, he is assigning a permanent spiritual weight to it. He shifts his weight on the mat, the straw rustling beneath him, a dry, sharp sound that startles him. He tries to focus on the sensation of his breathing, but the breath itself becomes part of the trial. He notices the slight tremor in his inhalation, the way his lungs feel tight, and he immediately interprets this tension as further proof of his agitation, a sign of a mind too turbulent for the monastic life. The room is so still, yet inside there is a frantic, microscopic motion. He is like a scholar, obsessively rereading a single misspelled word in a sacred text, convinced that the error changes the meaning of the entire scripture. He stays awake, watching the moonlight, waiting for the thought to finish its work, waiting for a verdict that will never come, unaware that the trial is one he is conducting alone, in a room where the only witness is the steady, unblinking night.
Story 2. Maya and the text message she kept overthinking before sleep. The kitchen is still warm, though the ovens have long since been clicked off. It is that heavy, quiet hour just before dawn when the world feels less like a place of people and more like a place of shadows and slow breathing. Maya sits at the small wooden table in her apartment, her back against the chair, feeling the lingering heat of the day's work trapped in the walls. There is a fine, ghostly dusting of flour on the cuff of her sleeve, a tiny white smudge she hasn't bothered to brush away. It feels like a part of her skin now, a dry, powdery reminder of the kneading, the shaping, and the waiting that defined her night. On the table, a single loaf of sourdough rests on a cooling rack. The crust emits a faint yeasty scent of toasted grain and salt, a warm aroma that usually brings her a sense of deep, grounded satisfaction. But tonight, the smell cannot reach her. Her attention is anchored elsewhere, caught in the blue, clinical glow of her phone screen, which lies face up on the dark wood. A single text message sits there, naked and unadornedly short. It is from her sister, Sarah. It simply says, "Fine." Maya stares at the word. It is a small word, a functional word, a word that should be invisible. But in the stillness of the pre-dawn kitchen, under the low, steady hum of the refrigerator, the word has begun to expand. It has taken on a weight that the letters themselves do not possess. She leans back, her skin meeting the cool surface of her apron, and the first way begins to form. She thinks of the way Sarah had sounded on the brief phone call 3 days ago, a little hurried, a little distracted. Fine must be a wall. It must be the polite way of saying there is nothing left to say. She imagines Sarah sitting in her own bright, modern kitchen, looking at her phone, choosing that specific clipped word to signal a growing distance, a quiet withdrawal that Maya is too exhausted to bridge. The refrigerator hums, a deep, rhythmic vibration that pulses in time with the mounting tension in her chest. She looks down at her hands. They are tired, the knuckles slightly stiff from the repetitive motion of the dough, but the physical fatigue is being overridden by a sudden, sharp mental restlessness. She shifts her weight, her bare feet pressing against the kitchen tile. The floor is cold, a sharp chill that reminds her of the early morning air, but she doesn't move to put on socks. She is too busy constructing the second meaning. Fine is an indictment. She thinks of the argument they had last month, the small, stinging disagreement about their mother's care, and she decides that the word is a way of holding a grudge without having to admit to it. It is a way of being wounded while remaining untouchable. She begins to trace the timeline of their recent interactions.
searching for the exact moment the warmth began to drain out of their relationship, looking for the evidence of a fracture that might already be too wide to mend. The light from the window is beginning to turn from black to a bruised charcoal gray. The edges of the room are softening, but the corners of her mind are sharpening. The third meaning arrives with the suddenness of a draft from an open window. Fine is a mask for a crisis. Perhaps something is deeply wrong, and Sarah is simply too overwhelmed to describe it. Perhaps she is hurting or lonely or struggling with something she thinks Maya cannot help with. The thought brings a different kind of ache, not the sting of rejection, but the heavy, suffocating pressure of a responsibility she cannot name. She finds herself mentally rehearsing questions. Are you okay? Did something happen? Do you need me? But she is afraid to send them, afraid that if she reaches out and finds nothing but a void, the silence will be even harder to bear. She reaches out and touches the edge of the cooling loaf. The crust is firm, resisting the pressure of her thumb. She focuses on the texture, trying to pull herself back to the physical world, to the flour and the salt and the cooling bread. But the fourth meaning is already branching out, unbidden. Fine is indifference. This is perhaps the most frightening thought of all. It is the idea that the connection has simply become unimportant, that the drama, the history, and the shared childhood no longer carry enough weight to elicit a full sentence. It is the thought of being relegated to the periphery, a person who exists in the background of a life, someone who is checked on but not truly seen. This thought makes the kitchen feel much larger and much emptier, as if the walls have pushed back, leaving her alone in a vast, hollow space. The hum of the fridge continues, indifferent and steady. The shadows in the corner of the room thicken. Then the fifth meaning settles in, the most subtle and the most exhausting. Fine is a test. It is a trap designed to make her overanalyze, to keep her tethered to the phone, waiting for the next short, cryptic message. It is a way of maintaining power through ambiguity. She begins to wonder if she is being manipulated, if her need for clarity is being used against her. Her mind starts to branch into a dozen different directions, each one a new path of suspicion, each one requiring her to study the punctuation, the timing, and the lack of an emoji, as if they were ancient, undecipherable runes. She sits there, a baker in the middle of the night, surrounded by the tools of her craft, yet she is lost in a labyrinth of her own making. She is tracing the edges of a ghost, chasing the meaning of a word that has no meaning other than the one she is currently inventing. Every time she tries to let the thought go, a new what-if sprouts from the old one, a new way to interpret the silence, a new way to turn a simple, neutral word into a catastrophe. The flower on her sleeve remains, a quiet, physical truth
in a room filled with mental illusions. The bread continues to cool, its process slow and certain, unaffected by the storm of interpretations swirling around the kitchen table. She is exhausted, her eyes heavy, yet her mind remains bright and searching, refusing to grant her permission to sleep until the mystery of fine has been solved, even though she knows deep down that the solving is what is keeping her awake. Story 3. Thomas and the memory spiral that kept him awake. The radiator in the corner of the room let out a sharp metallic click, a sound that seemed to puncture the heavy silence of the house. Thomas lay still, eyes fixed on the ceiling where the shadows of bare branches danced in a slow, rhythmic tremor. The room was cold, the kind of deep, late winter chill that settles into the floorboards, but he didn't move to pull the duvet higher. He was too occupied with the small, pale scrap of paper resting on the nightstand, right next to the tangled black cord of his reading lamp. It was an old grocery list. He had found it an hour ago, tucked deep into the pocket of a heavy wool coat draped over the wooden chair by the door. The paper was slightly yellowed at the edges, soft and limp from years of being folded and unfolded. He had pulled it out by accident, expecting perhaps a stray coin or a folded receipt, but instead, he had found her handwriting. The ink was faded, a steady, unassuming script that had once been the most familiar sight in his world. Milk, eggs, sourdough, butter, apples. He had intended to set it back in the pocket to let the coat hang in the dark, but the sight of those words had hooked into his chest. Now the list sat there, under the dim amber glow of the lamp, a tiny paper anchor dragging him down into the depths of the night. He turned his head slightly, the movement causing the sheets to rustle with a dry, abrasive sound. Through the dark glass of the window, the world outside was an indistinct void, a blackness so thick it felt as though the house were floating in a vacuum. There was no moon tonight, only the weight of the darkness. Thomas found himself tracing the loops of the letters in his mind. He wasn't just reading the items, he was replaying the afternoon they had been written. He could almost smell the damp autumnal air of that grocery store, the way the fluorescent lights had hummed overhead, and the specific comforting weight of her hand in his as they walked toward the produce aisle. But the memory was a trap. As soon as the warmth surfaced, his mind began its inevitable, exhausting work of construction. He began to look past the list, past the apples and the butter, and into the architecture of their years together. He began to scan the decades, searching for the gaps. He started with a small, recent memory, a Tuesday afternoon 3 decades ago when he had come home late from work and had been too tired to sit with her in the garden. He had been preoccupied with a deadline, a triviality of work, while she had sat there in the fading light,
simply existing, waiting for a connection that he had been too distracted to offer. He closed his eyes, but the image remained, burned into his eyelids like a photographic negative. He began to weigh that moment against the sum of their marriage. He began to interpret his own silence, his own moments of preoccupation, as evidence of a fundamental failure. The mind, in the stillness of the night, becomes a relentless prosecutor. It takes a single discarded piece of paper and uses it to build a case. He thought of the way he had sometimes retreated into his books, or the way he had let the chores pile up, or the way he had failed to notice the subtle shift in her mood when the illness first began to take hold. He began to loop through every instance where he had been present in body, but absent in spirit. Each time, the thought branched. If he had been more present then, would the end have been less heavy? If he had listened more closely to the things she didn't say, would he have recognized the exhaustion in her eyes sooner?
The radiator clicked again, a rhythmic, biting sound. Click, click. Each sound felt like a gavel striking a desk in a courtroom. He looked at the lamp cord snaking across the wood of the nightstand and felt a strange sensation of vertigo. The cord was a line, and his thoughts were following it, winding through the dark, through the layers of the past, through the unanswerable questions of his own inadequacy. He was trying to solve a problem that had no solution. He was trying to litigate a life that had already been lived, attempting to find a way to rewrite the ledger so that the balance showed something more than grief and regret. He reached out, his fingers brushing the cold, smooth surface of the nightstand. He felt the texture of the wood, the slight roughness of the grain. He tried to focus on the physical sensation, but the grocery list was still there, radiating a silent, accusing light. The word apples felt like a reproach. Such a mundane, ordinary thing, yet in the vacuum of the night, it became a symbol of everything that had been lost. The continuity of the everyday, the safety of the routine, the profound, quiet beauty of a life that required no grand gestures, only the steady, faithful presence of another. He began to wonder if he had truly loved her well enough. It was a question that had no evidence, no witnesses, and no way to be proven. It was a phantom question, a ghost in the machine of his memory. He searched for a way to settle the matter, to find a definitive proof of his devotion, but the mind only offered more interpretations. He found himself replaying a conversation from years ago, dissecting the tone of his voice, searching for a trace of impatience he might have missed. He found himself analyzing the way he had held her hand during a difficult winter, wondering if his grip had been too tight or perhaps too loose, too uncertain. The darkness in the room seemed to press inward, making the space feel smaller, more crowded with the presence of his own unquiet thoughts. The window glass was a black mirror, reflecting nothing but his own uncertainty. He sat up slightly, the movement heavy and slow. The weight of the air in the room felt thick, as if the very oxygen were saturated with the dust of old memories. He looked at the coat on the chair, the dark shape of it slumped like a tired figure in the corner. It held the list. It held the remnants of a life. And he, sitting in the half-light, felt like a trespasser in his own history, constantly intruding upon the past to find flaws that might not even exist. The thoughts continued to branch, growing like the dark, tangled limbs of the trees outside. One thought of regret led to a thought of fear, which led to a thought of loneliness, which led back, inevitably, to the list. The paper was a doorway, and he was walking through it over and over into a labyrinth of his own making, searching for an exit that he was too exhausted to find and too afraid to stop seeking. Story 4. Lena and the anxiety of every sensation before sleep. A thin amber sliver of light from the hallway nightlight stretches across Lena's bedroom floor, just enough to trace the edges of the furniture before dissolving into shadow. On the nightstand, a glass of water has sat for hours, leaving a faint, translucent ring on the wood. A small mark of time passing while Lena remains still in the dark. Beside it, a paperback lies face down, its spine creased. The story left unfinished, as if the words had lost their meaning the moment the lights went out. Lena lies motionless, her body a landscape of tension beneath the weight of the cotton sheets. The fabric is twisted around her ankles, bunched and heavy, creating a small, trapped heat. She tries to shift, to find a neutral position, but every movement feels like an invitation for her mind to begin its work. The house is never truly silent. There is the soft, rhythmic pulse of water moving through the pipes in the walls, a dull thudding and a distant metallic hiss. To anyone else, it is merely the plumbing of an old building settling into the night. To Lena, it is a signal. She listens to the vibration, and her mind immediately begins to translate the sound. A thud, a heavy, pressing heat. Is there a change in the pressure? Is something breaking? She breathes in, shallow and careful, trying not to disturb the stillness, but her breath brings with it an intense awareness of her own body. There is a slight fluttering sensation in her chest, a tiny, irregular skip in her heartbeat. It is so small, it might be nothing, a stray thought, a momentary lapse in rhythm, but in the dark, her mind treats it like a siren. She begins to trace the sensation. She follows the flutter down into her abdomen, then up into her throat. She holds her breath, waiting to see if the flutter will return, if it will grow into something that requires a phone call or a clinic visit. The library is Lena's world during the day, a place of order, of quiet, categorized peace.
She spends her hours surrounded by the settled history of other people's thoughts, neatly shelved and aligned. But here, in the unmapped territory of the night, there is no cataloging system for these sensations. There is no index for the sudden, sharp ache in her shoulder or the way her temple seems to throb in time with the hallway light's amber pulse. She reaches out in the dark, her fingers brushing the cool, smooth surface of the water glass. The ring on the nightstand feels like a boundary, a mark of how long she has been stuck here. She thinks about her appointment tomorrow. It is a routine check, something she has done many times before. But tonight, the routine has been stripped of its mundanity. The appointment has become a vessel into which she is pouring every tremor, every twitch, and every unexplained ache. A small, sudden twitch in her eyelid causes her to stiffen. Her mind immediately grabs it, pulling it into the light of her attention. Is this neurological? The thought asks. Is this the beginning of something? She tries to let the thought pass, to treat it like the dust motes dancing in the amber light, but the mind is an expert at construction. It builds a bridge from a twitch to a symptom, from a symptom to a diagnosis, from a diagnosis to a future of uncertainty. She hears the refrigerator hum from the kitchen, a low mechanical drone that vibrates through the floorboards. It is a steady, reliable sound. But Lena's mind searches for a break in the rhythm. She waits for a sputter, a stutter, a sign that the engine of her life is faltering. She finds herself analyzing the texture of the air in the room, wondering if it feels too heavy, as if the very atmosphere is pressing against her lungs, making each breath a conscious, labored effort. The sheets at her ankles feel tighter now, the cotton constricting her movement, making her feel as though she is being bound by her own restlessness. She wants to kick them off, to break the stillness, but there is a fear that if she breaks the quiet, she will break the fragile equilibrium she is trying so desperately to maintain. She is caught in a loop of surveillance, a self-imposed patrol of her own anatomy, searching for any sign of betrayal. The plumbing in the wall gives another muffled groan, a long, drawn-out creak of metal and pressure. Lena closes her eyes tight, trying to shut out the hallway light, but an internal cinema takes over. She sees the sterile scent of antiseptic, the hushed tones of waiting rooms, and the faces of people receiving news, their expressions caught in that mid-moment of realization. She is not just waiting for an appointment, she is rehearsing a catastrophe. She is treating her body like a stranger she no longer trusts, a cryptic message she is trying to decode with an exhausted, frantic intensity. Every sensation is a piece of a puzzle she is not yet ready to solve, a clue in a mystery she is terrified to conclude. The water in the glass remains undisturbed, still and clear, reflecting nothing but the dark. The paperback remains open to a middle chapter, its characters suspended in an unread drama. The house continues its slow, mechanical breathing, oblivious to the silent, frantic decoding happening in the bedroom. Lena lies in the center of it all, watching the shadows lengthen and shorten, waiting for a certainty that the night, in all its vast and indifferent quiet, is not prepared to give. The room is still, yet inside, the machinery of the mind is running at full speed. It is a strange, exhausting kind of labor, this nightly work of the self. It is the heavy, invisible task of acting as an investigator, a translator, and a judge, all while trying to find the stillness required for sleep. Think of the fragments we have gathered tonight. Think of that small, sharp remark during the tea service, the way the words seem to hang in the air, clumsy and unpolished. There is that unfinished sentence, feeling like a stain on a clean robe, waiting to be scrubbed, waiting to be re-examined to see if the shame is truly permanent. Think of the glow of the phone screen in the dark kitchen, the brief, cold silence of a text message that arrived without a greeting or an ending. There is the way the mind takes that silence and begins to weave it into a tapestry of meaning, searching for a hidden grievance, looking for a wound that might not even be there, yet treating the absence of words as if it were a profound and heavy statement. Think of the grocery list found in the quiet pocket of an old coat. A simple list of bread and milk and fruit, yet it has become a portal. It has pulled a person into the deep, swirling currents of what was left unsaid and what was left undone, turning a piece of paper into a ledger of regrets that demands to be balanced before the eyes can close. And think of the glass of water on the nightstand, the condensation leaving a small, damp ring on the wood. Even that small physical reality becomes a point of focus, a tiny cold fact that the mind uses to pivot toward the body, toward a sudden, sharp awareness of a heartbeat or a breath, turning a simple sensation into a signal that must be decoded, investigated, and solved. It is as if the mind has become a collector of unopened envelopes. Throughout the day, an envelope might arrive, and we set it aside. But when the lights go out and the world grows quiet, the mind begins to gather them all. It stacks them on the nightstand of our consciousness. It insists that we cannot rest and we cannot truly settle until we have broken the seal on every single one. We feel a profound misplaced obligation to open them. We believe that if we can just read the contents of this memory or interpret the sobase of that silence or trace the lineage of this physical fear, we will finally arrive at a conclusion, We believe that once the last meaning is extracted, once the last error is corrected, once the last mystery is solved, the mind will finally be allowed to go dormant. We treat every thought as if it were a summons. We treat every flicker of mental imagery as if it were a command that requires an immediate and thorough response. We have forgotten that a thought can arrive without being a directive. We have forgotten that the mind can produce a sound without it being a signal of danger. We are exhausted because we are trying to finish a marathon of meaning in the middle of the night. We are trying to settle every account, to resolve every tension, to audit every shadow. We are holding the entire weight of our own interpretations, convinced that the only way to find peace is to reach the end of the trail, not realizing that the trail is one we are building with every step we take to follow the thought. The fatigue you feel is not just from the lack of sleep. It is the fatigue of the chase. It is the weariness of a spirit that refuses to leave any door unopened, even when there is no one on the other side but the wind. Story 5. Evan and the fear of being judged by others. The hum of the box fan in the corner is the only thing keeping the stillness from becoming too heavy. It is a steady, rhythmic vibration, a low drone that usually helps Evan drift. But tonight, it feels like a metronome, marking the seconds of a trial that has no judge and no end. Evan lies on his back, the mattress dipping slightly under his weight. The room is dim, lit only by the pale amber glow of a street lamp, filtering through the thin blinds. Across the room, draped over the base of a small reading lamp, his necktie hangs limp. Beside it, on the edge of the nightstand, sits a thick folder containing tomorrow's lesson plans. The edges of the manila paper are slightly curled, and the weight of the folder seems to pulse in the low light, a reminder of the responsibility he carries, the voices he must command, and the order he tries to maintain. He stares up at the ceiling. There is a small tea-colored stain near the corner, an old watermark from a leak that happened 2 summers ago. In the dark, the shape shifts. It looks like a shadow, or perhaps a person or a bruise. He finds himself tracing the irregular perimeter of that stain, searching for a pattern, searching for a meaning in the way the plaster has aged. His mind is not on the ceiling, though. It is back in the school hallway 3 hours ago. It was a brief moment, a fragment of sound caught between the ringing of the bell and the heavy thud of classroom doors closing. He had been walking toward the faculty lounge, his bag heavy on his shoulder, when he passed the open door of the main office. Inside, 2 of the permanent teachers were standing by the copier. They were mid-conversation, and then there was the sound. A sudden, bright burst of laughter. It wasn't a loud laugh, but it was sharp. It was the kind of laugh that felt shared, a private joke that had completed itself in the air between them. The sound had been so brief, yet Evan felt it like a physical impact. He hadn't stopped walking. He hadn't turned around to smile or to nod. He had simply kept moving, his footsteps echoing on the linoleum, but the laughter had followed him. It had tucked itself into his pocket, right next to the bus pass, in his wallet. And now, in the silence of his apartment, it was expanding. He begins to build the trial. First, there is the evidence of the timing. He had passed exactly as the laughter peaked. It was too synchronized to be accidental. He wonders if they had been discussing the substitute schedule. He wonders if they were talking about his performance in the 10th grade history block earlier that afternoon. He can almost see them standing there by the warmth of the photocopier, their faces lit by the scanning light, sharing a glance that excluded him. Then there is the texture of the laugh itself. It wasn't a mocking laugh, not exactly. It was something more subtle. It was the kind of laugh that happens when something is recognized. He begins to dissect the tone. Was there a slight edge of pity in it? Or was it the quiet amusement of those who belong to the institution, watching a temporary figure pass through the halls? Someone who is only there for a few hours at a time? Someone just passing through? He shifts his weight, the sheets rustling like dry leaves. He reaches into his pocket, his fingers brushing against the smooth, hard plastic of his bus pass. The presence of the pass, the symbol of his daily transit, of his movement from one temporary space to another, feels heavy. He thinks about the routine of his life, the way he moves through these schools, setting up, teaching, leaving, and then arriving at this quiet, dim room to sit with the scraps of his own perception. The trial moves to the second stage, the reconstruction of the aftermath. He begins to replay the moments after the laughter, the way he had straightened his weight, the way he had gripped the strap of his bag a little tighter. He wonders if his face betrayed him. Had he looked flustered? Had he looked like someone who knew he was being discussed? He starts to imagine the conversations that followed. He imagines them walking to their cars or sitting in the lounge, perhaps bringing up the way he handled the disruption in the third period. Each thought is a new piece of evidence. Each memory of a subtle gesture or a brief glance is a new witness called to the stand. The box fan continues its mechanical drone. It provides no comfort, only a steady backdrop for the mental architecture he is constructing. He looks at the lesson plan folder again. The weight of it feels more significant now, as if the papers themselves are part of the judgment. If he cannot even control the thoughts in his own head, how can he hope to control a classroom of 30 restless teenagers? If he is being laughed at, does that mean he has lost the authority he so carefully tries to project? He feels a deep exhaustion, a fatigue that goes deeper than his muscles. It is a weariness of the spirit, born from the labor of being his own prosecutor. He is searching for a truth that may not even exist. There was no conspiracy. There was no secret mockery. There was only a moment of human connection between two colleagues, a momentary release of tension in a long workday. But his mind refuses to accept the simplicity of that possibility. The simplicity feels unsafe. The simplicity feels like an oversight. He finds himself searching for a hidden meaning in the way the light hits the ceiling stain. He wonders if the stain is growing. He wonders if the building is decaying. He wonders if his own presence in this room, in this life, is also a slow, unnoticed decay. The mind, in its desperate attempt to find footing, begins to branch. If they were laughing at him, then perhaps the principal knows. If the principal knows, then perhaps the department head has been informed. If the department head has been informed, then the school board might see him as an unreliable substitute. The branches grow longer and more tangled, reaching into a future that is nothing more than a web of shadows. He is trapped in the loop of the what if. What if the laughter was a signal? What if the silence that followed was a judgment? What if the way he felt in that hallway was the only honest thing in the whole building? He lies there, the weight of the unproven guilt pressing down on his chest. He is waiting for a verdict, but the courtroom is empty. There is only the fan, the tie, the folder, and the long, lonely stretch of the night. He is tired of being the witness, the lawyer, and the accused. He is tired of the work of making sense of things that have no sense. He sits in the dark, caught in the gears of a machine that only knows how to turn, even when there is nothing left to grind. Story 6. Clara and the Imaginary Conversation. She could not let go. The room was held in a state of suspended animation, as if the shadows were waiting for Clara to finish a task she could not name. On the small wooden dresser near the bed, a yellow measuring tape lay curled in a tight, limp spiral, its metal tip catching a bruised fragment of light from the street lamp outside. Beside it, a pincushion sat heavy and silent, holding a cluster of needles that looked like tiny silver bones in the dimness. Clara lay under the weight of her quilts, but her mind was not in the bed. It was in the workshop, or rather, in a version of the workshop that existed only in the quiet, difficult hours of the night. On the chair just beyond the reach of her lamp, a half-hemmed blue dress hung. It was a beautiful piece, a deep twilight shade of cotton, but it sat unfinished, a limb of fabric trailing toward the floor. A single stray thread of navy silk clung to the pulse of her wrist, a tiny, stubborn tether she had forgotten to pull away before climbing into bed. The house was settling, the old floorboards emitting soft, rhythmic creaks, but Clara's internal rhythm was much faster. She was busy, she was working, she was rehearsing. In the darkness, the conversation was beginning again. It always began the same way. She could see her daughter, Sarah, standing in the doorway of the kitchen, the light from the hallway casting a long, sharp shadow behind her. Clara could almost feel the specific, cool tension in the air, the kind of silence that follows a long period of distance. "I just thought we could talk," the imaginary Sarah would say. And Clara, her mind already spinning the fabric of a response, would prepare her defense. She would reach for the words like she reaches for heavy shears, careful, precise, trying to cut away the awkwardness before it could fester. She would prepare to justify the months of silence, laying out the logic of her choices as if she were presenting a perfectly pressed seam. She began to redesign the opening line. Perhaps she wouldn't be so defensive this time. Perhaps she would lead with something softer, something about the weather or the way the garden was looking this spring. She practiced the tone of her voice in the theater of her mind, adjusting the pitch to sound casual, almost indifferent, while her heart raced with the effort of maintaining the facade. But then the mental needle would snag, the conversation would shift, and she would find herself navigating a much harder terrain. In this version of the night, Sarah would bring up the old resentment, the way Clara had missed the last birthday, or the way the phone calls had grown shorter and more formal over the years. Clara's breath hitched in the dark. This was the part where the heavy work began. She found herself building a bridge of words, trying to engineer a way through the months of estrangement. She was constructing an entire architecture of reconciliation, syllable by syllable. She was deciding which memories to evoke and which to leave tucked away in a drawer, much like the scraps of lace in her sewing box. She was so deeply immersed in this construction that she didn't notice the physical reality of her room. She didn't feel the chill of the night air seeping through the window pane, or the way the weak porch light, filtering through the thin curtains, cast a pale glow across her blankets. She was trapped in the loop of the if. If I say this, then she will feel that. If I apologize for that, then the tension will dissolve. The exhaustion was profound. It was not the simple tiredness of a day spent sewing, but a marrow-deep fatigue, born of the belief that if she could only find the perfect sequence of sentences, she could prevent the future from hurting. She was treating the conversation like a difficult garment, believing that with enough careful stitching, she could make the relationship unbreakable. She replayed the moment of their last real conversation, a brief, strained exchange over a grocery delivery, and began to dissect it. She looked for the small snags. She looked for the places where the thread had pulled too tight and caused the fabric to bunch. She saw her own hesitation, her own inability to speak the truth of her longing, and she began to rewrite it. She would go back to that moment in her mind and insert a moment of vulnerability, a carefully placed crack in her armor that would allow Sarah to see in. The room felt smaller as she worked. The shadows seemed to press closer,
heavy with the weight of all the things left unsaid. The blue dress on the chair seemed to watch her, a silent witness to her restless labor. She tried to move to the next stage of the rehearsal. Now she would address the distance directly. She would use words that were soft but firm, like a well-placed hymn. She would tell Sarah that the silence had been heavy and that the house felt too large without the sound of her laughter. She practiced the exact phrasing, testing the weight of each word, fearing that if she chose one that was too heavy, it would crush the fragile piece she was trying to build, or if she chose one too light, it would simply float away, unnoted and unheeded. As the hours crept toward the dawn, the complexity of the imagined argument grew. It became a vast, intricate tapestry of possible outcomes, a labyrinth of what-ifs and maybes. She was no longer just a woman in a dark room. She was an architect of an impossible reality, trying to solve a problem that had no solution other than time and the unpredictable heart of another person. Her muscles were tight, her jaw set in a way that mirrored the tension of the thread she was mentally pulling. The blue silk thread on her wrist felt like a tripwire, a constant, stinging reminder of the unfinished work, the uncompleted task, the conversation that remained unspun. In the deep, hollow part of the night, the fatigue reached its peak. The mind was spinning so fast, it had become a blur, a frantic, rhythmic motion that produced nothing but more motion. She was exhausted by the sheer volume of the words she was generating, the sheer density of the meaning she was trying to assign to every silence and every glance. The room remained still. The measuring tape remained curled. The needles remained silent. Only Clara, in the center of the dark, continued to sew, her fingers moving through the air, trying to mend a gap that existed not in the fabric but in the very way she chose to meet the night. Story 7. Jonah and the Night. He heard meaning in every sound. The cabin was not a place of silence, though Jonah had come here specifically to find it. It was a place of layers, where the night was composed of small, distinct textures, each one pressing against the thin skin of his awareness. He lay on his back, the weight of the heavy wool blanket pressing into his chest, feeling the steady, rhythmic movement of his own breath. But beneath the breath, there was the clicking. On the small wooden nightstand, the travel clock sat near the edge. It was an old thing, a small silver disc with a steady, mechanical pulse. Tick, tick, an ache of a tick. Each movement of the second hand felt like a tiny hammer striking a nail into the stillness, a measurement of the time he was losing to the wakefulness. To his left, a crate made of rough-hewn pine served as a makeshift table. Resting atop it was a heavy flashlight, its black metal casing cold even in the dimness. Beside it sat an enamel mug, the white glaze chipped at the rim where he had bumped it against the stone hearth earlier that evening. The mug held the ghost of a warmth that had long since evaporated, leaving only the faint metallic scent of damp air. Jonah stared at the ceiling, where the shadows of the pine branches danced in a slow, distorted ballet. A fine dusting of pine pollen had settled on the windowsill, visible only when the moonlight caught the microscopic grains, turning the ledge into a path of pale, golden dust. It was beautiful in a way, but Jonah could not permit himself to simply look at it. His eyes were too busy scanning the periphery for meaning. Outside, the world was speaking, and Jonah was translating. The lake was the loudest part of the night. It was not a roar, but a persistent, liquid presence. He could hear the water, rhythmic and heavy, slapping against the wooden pilings of the dock with a hollow, thudding sound. Thump, slap, retreat. To anyone else, it would have been the sound of a summer night. To Jonah, it was a code. He found himself wondering if the rhythm had changed. Was the water hitting the wood with more force than it had an hour ago? Was the depth shifting? Was something larger moving beneath the surface, displacing the dark weight of the lake? Then there was the wind. It didn't blow so much as it searched. It found the tiny gaps in the screen door, the hairline fractures in the window frames, and the space beneath the floorboards. It would whistle a low morning note through the mesh, and Jonah's heart would tighten. He would hold his weight, listening to the vibration of the wood, trying to discern if the wind was merely passing through, or if it was a herald of something approaching. A branch scraping against the roof sounded like a footfall. The creak of the cabin settling sounded like a door being unlatched. This was the residue of the museum. For years, Jonah had stood in the vast, vaulted halls of the gallery, a silent sentinel amidst the marble and the oil paintings. His job had been to watch the shadows. He had been trained to notice the way the light shifted across a sculpture, the way a sudden movement in the corner of his eye might signal a breach, the way a change in the temperature could indicate an open vent. He had lived in a state of perpetual, quiet scanning. He had learned that to look was to protect, and to notice was to survive. The problem was that he had brought the museum home with him. He had brought that vigilance into the cabin, into the bed, into the very center of his rest. He shifted his weight, the bed springs giving a small, metallic groan. He immediately froze, his eyes snapping toward the darkened corner of the room. He waited, straining to hear if the sound had been answered by another. The silence that followed was even heavier than the noise. A thick, pressurized quiet that demanded to be decoded. He reached out a hand, his fingers brushing the cold, textured surface of the crate. He felt the grit of the pine, the smoothness of the flashlight's grip. He tried to ground himself in the physical reality of the objects, to tell himself that the mug was just a mug and the clock was just a clock. But his mind was already branching. The clock was a countdown. The mug was a reminder of the morning's loneliness. The flashlight was a tool for a search that hadn't been requested. He thought about the way the light from the hallway had disappeared when the door clicked shut earlier. He thought about whether the latch had fully caught. He thought about the way the trees at the edge of the clearing seemed to lean closer to the cabin as the night deepened, as if the forest were leaning in to eavesdrop on his breathing. Every sound was an invitation to a new investigation. Every shadow was a question that required an answer. He was a detective in a crime scene where no crime had been committed, searching for evidence of a threat that existed only in the way he chose to interpret the air. He looked toward the window, where the pale dust of the pollen lay undisturbed. He saw the way the moonlight turned the window glass into a dark, reflective mirror, showing him only the distorted shape of his own restless face. He wanted to turn it off. He wanted to reach into the gears of his own mind and simply stop the pendulum of the clock, to stop the translation of the wind, to let the lake hit the dock without needing to know why. But the habit of watching was a deep groove in the earth of his consciousness. The path was already worn. He lay there, a guard on duty, in a room where there was nothing to guard but the architecture of his own fear, waiting for a signal that would never come, listening to a world that was simply being while he labored to make it mean. Story 8. Brother Luke and the Buddhist Peace of Thoughts you do not need to follow. The mountain does not sleep, but Brother Luke wishes it would. In his small stone-walled room, tucked high against the ridge, the silence is never truly empty. It is a heavy, living thing, thick with the scent of old cedar and the faint, lingering grit of incense ash that settles on every surface like a fine, gray memory. Luke lies on his thin pallet, staring up at the dark, rhythmic geometry of the cedar rafters. The wood is ancient, silvered by decades of mountain mist, and in the dim light, the beams seem to shift, expanding and contracting with the breath of the forest outside. He is an old man now, and the nights have become a series of small, repetitive vigils. Tonight, the rhythm has broken. It started an hour ago with a single sharp sensation, the imagined tension of a fraying fiber. He was lying in the dark when the thought drifted in, unbidden and heavy. The bell rope. He could almost feel the weight of it in his hands. The coarse, braided hemp. The immense bronze gravity of the bell hanging in the tower above. He imagined a single strand snapping. A quiet, microscopic failure followed by the sudden loss of tension. He saw the rope recoiling, the bell swaying, the morning prayer interrupted by a sound that was not the bell, but the sound of something breaking. And once the thought had taken root,
the mind began its usual, exhausting work. It began to build a trial. He lay there, eyes wide, tracing the logic of the catastrophe. If the rope were to fail, the bell would not ring at dawn. If the bell did not ring, the monks would wake late. If they woke late, the rhythm of the monastery would be fractured. He found himself searching his memory for other signs, other subtle omens he might have missed during his rounds. Was the mist too thick this evening? Was the wood in the tower more damp than usual? He was hunting for evidence, gathering scraps of uncertainty to weave into a shroud of dread. Beside his bed, a heavy coil of rope sat in the corner, left over from his afternoon maintenance. In the low light, its shape was a dark, coiled serpent. Every time he blinked, his mind returned to that shape, projecting onto the hemp the image of decay, of things coming undone. A distant owl called from the edge of the pine grove, a lonely, hollow sound that pierced the stillness. To anyone else, it was just the sound of the night. To Luke, in the grip of the replay, it was a signal. He sat up slightly, the straw of his mattress rustling beneath him. He waited for the next sound, his heart a small, frantic bird in his chest. Was that owl a warning? Was the wind picking up, or was it something more? He was listening to the world as if it were a coded message, a series of frantic telegrams sent specifically to him, demanding an interpretation, demanding that he stay awake to solve the mystery of what might go wrong. He felt the familiar, crushing fatigue of the vigilant. It is a specific kind of tiredness, not the tiredness of hard labor, but the exhaustion of a mind that refuses to close its eyes until it has vetted every shadow. He was trying to protect the monastery, trying to protect the peace by staying one step ahead of the disaster. But the disaster was only ever in the chasing. He reached for the small enamel mug on the floor, the metal cool against his fingers. A sip of lukewarm water did nothing to quiet the mental branching. The thought of the rope led to the thought of the bell, which led to the thought of the morning light, which led to the thought of his own aging hands, which led back to the fear of failure. Then something shifted. It was not a sudden realization, not a flash of light. It was more like the way the mountain mist moves, a slow, gradual thinning of the cloud. He looked at the coil of rope in the corner again. He forced himself to see it not as a symbol of disaster, but simply as hemp. It was fibers twisted together, resting in the dark. It was an object. It was not a prophecy. He breathed in the scent of the cedar rafters, deeply and slowly. The scent was old, stable, and indifferent to his anxiety. The rafters had held the weight of the roof for a century. Through snow, through drought, through the endless passing seasons. They were not waiting for him to witness them.
He heard a soft click from the radiator, a small movement of metal. Luke, the man who had spent decades decoding every creak of the monastery, felt the familiar urge to jump, to interpret the sound as a crack in the foundation. But he paused. He stayed with the sensation of the cold floor beneath his feet. He stayed with the weight of his own limbs. He realized that he had been treating his thoughts like intruders that needed to be interrogated at the door. He had been treating every mental spark as a command that required a response. The thought of the snapping rope had knocked on his door, and instead of letting it pass, he had invited it in, sat it down at the table, and begun to argue with it. He began to remember the many nights before this. There had been nights when a dripping tap felt like an omen of flood. There had been nights when the wind in the pines felt like a morning cry. And each time the sun had risen, the bell had rung, and the world had remained exactly as it was. He began to practice a different way of being with the dark. When the thought of the rope returned, and it did because the mind is a stubborn weaver, he did not fight it. He did not try to prove the rope was strong. He simply acknowledged it. There is a thought about a rope, he whispered to the silence. He let the thought sit in the room like a piece of unlit furniture. He did not follow it down the hallway of what if. He did not follow it into the future. He left it right there by the edge of his vision, unexamined and unpursued. The owl called again. This time Luke did not look for a meaning. He listened to the sound of the sound. He heard the hollow, organic texture of the note, the way it faded into the damp air of the mountain. It was a sound made by a bird, in a forest, in the night. It required no translation. It required no vigilance. He felt a strange, new spaciousness beginning to grow in the room. The shadows of the rafters no longer felt like encroaching weights, but like the soft, dark edges of a vast, quiet emptiness. The ash on the floor, the cold tile, the heavy coil of rope, they were all just parts of the night, moving through the landscape of his awareness without needing his permission to exist. He realized that the peace he had been trying to protect by staying awake was actually being destroyed by the very act of watching for its loss. The monastery was safe. The bell was heavy and steady. The mountain was enduring. He did not need to hold the world upright with his attention. The world was holding itself. Slowly, the tension began to drain from his shoulders. The mental branches, which had been spreading out like a tangled thicket, began to wither and fall away, leaving behind a simple, quiet clearing. He was no longer a guard on duty. He was merely a man lying in a dark room, breathing in the scent of cedar. The thought still arrived, a flicker of a memory, a shadow of a fear, but he let them drift past, like the mountain mist, losing their shape before they could ever become an omen. He let the night become large, and in that largeness, he found the permission to let go.
As the first hint of pre-dawn gray began to soften the edges of the room, Brother Luke finally closed his eyes, leaving the thoughts to wander the halls of his mind alone, unobserved and unheld, while he sank into the deep, unburdened drift of sleep. The room is growing still, but the echoes of the day linger, like dust motes dancing in a sliver of moonlight. We carry these fragments into the dark. We carry the low, steady hum of the box fan from Evan's apartment, a rhythmic drone that seems to scrub the silence clean, yet only provides a beat for his suspicion to march to. We carry the sight of the blue dress draped over Clara's chair, its half-finished hem a jagged reminder of a conversation that has not yet happened, but is already being lived out, stitch by stitch, in the theater of her mind. We carry the sound of the wind pulling at the screen door of Jonah's cabin, a restless, searching sound that demands an interpretation, a meaning, a reason to be afraid. And we carry the tension of the bell rope, the heavy, coiled weight of Brother Luke's vigil, waiting for a single snap that has not come, watching for an omen in the fraying fibers. It is a heavy way to inhabit the night. It is a way of living that treats the mind like a house with too many unlocked doors, where every passing thought is a visitor that must be invited in, sat down, and questioned. We have become skilled at the art of the pursuit. We see a shadow on the wall of our consciousness and we run toward it, certain that if we can only shine enough light on it, if we can only analyze its shape, we will finally find the safety we crave. We believe that if we can just decode the meaning of a coworker's laugh, or find the right words to mend a relationship, or find a reason for a flicker of physical sensation, we will have earned our right to rest. We treat our thoughts as if they are all urgent telegrams, all marked with high importance, all requiring an immediate and exhaustive response. We treat every mental spark as a fire that must be investigated before we can close our eyes. But there is a different way to listen. Imagine for a moment that you are sitting on a porch in the deep blue hours of the night. The world is vast and mostly empty of human noise. A leaf falls from a tree, a cricket chirps, a distant car passes on a far-off road. You hear these things, you acknowledge them, they arrive, they vibrate in the air, and then they are gone. You do not run into the woods to find the leaf. You do not stand by the road to see where the car was going. You do not demand that the cricket explain its song. You simply let the sound land in the space of your awareness, and you let it pass. This is the quiet truth we are returning to. A thought can be heard without being followed. A thought can appear in the mind like a cloud passing across a full moon, without obscuring the moon itself, and without requiring you to climb into the sky to chase it away. There is no necessity to enter every mental landscape that opens up before you. There is no obligation to follow the branching paths of what if or why into the thickets of exhaustion.
When we stop the chase, something strange begins to happen to the night. The space around us begins to widen. The darkness, which previously felt heavy and crowded with unfinished business, begins to feel spacious and soft. The night stops being a courtroom where you are both the defendant and the enough, and starts becoming a vessel. It becomes a place where you can simply exist, unobserved and unanalyzed. When the mind stops trying to solve the night begins to hold us. We do not need to hold the night. We do not need to grip the edges of our memories or tighten our hold on the threads of our anxieties. We can let the fingers of our minds loosen. We can let the heavy, coiled rope of our vigilance lie slack upon the floor. We can let the unfinished hem of the blue dress remain just that, a piece of fabric, not a destiny. We can let the wind at the door be nothing more than air moving through a gap. The mind is capable of producing endless noise, but you do not have to be the audience for all of it. You can be the mountain, and the thoughts are merely the weather. The storm may roll in, the wind may howl through the trees, and the rain may soak the earth, but the mountain does not move to intercept the rain. The mountain does not try to argue with the wind. It simply remains, vast and still, allowing the weather to be exactly what it is until it inevitably clears. The mountain does not check the clouds for hidden meanings. The mountain does not ask the lightning for permission to stay silent. Tonight, let the thoughts arrive if they must. Let them knock. Let them mutter. Let them present their lists of grievances and their maps of possible disasters. But remember that you are not required to open the door. You can let them sit on the doorstep in the dim light of the hallway while you remain in the warmth and the stillness of your own rest. You can hear the knock and let it fade into the ambient hum of the world. The pursuit is what exhausts us. The release is what restores us. The night is wide enough to hold everything, and you are allowed to be simply held by it. There is no need to solve the whole mind before sleep. There is no need to finish every story. There is only the breath, the dark, and the quiet permission to let the thoughts be exactly what they are without ever needing to follow them home. The room is still. The shadows have settled into their usual places, and the weight of your blankets is a familiar, heavy comfort against your skin. The house is quieted. The street outside has gone dark. There is only the slow, rhythmic movement of your breath and the steady presence of the night. You are back here in the center of your own stillness. For a long time, you have treated your mind like a house with too many doors,
Every time a thought knocks, you have felt it is your duty to stand up, walk down the hallway, and open it. You have felt that you cannot close your eyes until you have looked inside each one. You have checked the letter from a friend, the memory of a mistake, the sharp sting of an old regret, and the vague, nameless worry about tomorrow. You have opened every envelope that arrived in the dark, searching for a meaning, a warning, or a solution, only to find that each one leads to another and another, until the night is spent and you are left exhausted, sitting in the middle of an empty, brightly lit room of your own making. But tonight, let the doors remain closed. The thoughts are still there. They are moving behind the wood. You can hear the faint, muffled sound of them tapping, fluttering, or even pacing. A sentence from years ago might drift through the hall. A sudden, uninvited fear might press against the frame. A flicker of something you forgot to do might shadow the corner of your vision. Let them knock. You do not have to get up. You do not have to turn on the light. You do not have to see if the message is good or bad, or if it requires an answer. Think of the mind not as a problem to be solved, but as a wide, dark valley. In a valley, the weather does not ask permission to arrive. Mist rolls in from the trees, obscuring the path. A sudden wind might rattle the dry leaves. A single enough distant bird might call from the thick of the woods. The valley does not reach out to catch the mist. It does not try to hold on to the sound of the wind. It simply provides the space for them to pass through. The mist settles, then thins. The wind blows, then fades. The valley remains, vast and unchanged, quietly hosting the passing weather. Your mind is that valley. The thoughts are just the weather. They are the mist, the wind, and the passing shadows. They are moving, yes, but they are not you. They are not a command. They are not a debt you must pay. They are simply things happening in the space you provide. Tonight, practice the art of the closed door. When a thought arrives, recognize it. Acknowledge its presence, as you would acknowledge the sound of rain on a roof, but do not follow it down the hallway. Do not trace its edges. Do not try to decode its intent. Let it sit in the hallway. Let it tap its fingers against the wood. Let it be a noise in the distance. There is a quiet dignity in letting a thought remain unfinished. There is a soft relief in deciding that some things are simply not yours to carry into sleep. You are allowed to leave the questions unanswered. You are allowed to leave the meanings unmade. You are allowed to let the pieces of the day remain scattered and unresolved. The world will still be here when the sun rises. The tasks will still be waiting. The people will still be there. But for now, the only task is the breathing The only requirement is the weight of your body against the mattress. Feel the coolness of the pillow. Feel the way the sheets move against your legs. Feel the stillness of the air in the room. There is nothing to fix here. There is nothing to interpret. There is only this moment, heavy and slow and plainly ordinary. As you drift, let the mind become spacious. Let it grow large and dark and quiet, like the deep woods at midnight. If a thought wanders in, let it wander. If a memory stirs, let it stir. Just watch them move through the vastness, like stars passing through an immense night sky, leaving nothing behind but the beautiful, empty silence. You do not have to keep chasing. You do not have to keep watch. The night is wide, and you are simply part of its peace. Sleep now. Let the thoughts pass. Let the night be. The heaviness of your limbs is the only truth you need to attend to right now. There is a profound, grounded reality in the way your heels sink into the mattress, or the way the fabric of your pajama sleeve feels against your wrist. These are the only things that are happening. The rest is just noise passing through a quiet room. Think back to the many ways you have tried to solve the night. You have tried to decode the silence of a text message, just as Maya did. You have tried to repair the past through imaginary conversations, like Clara. You have tried to find meaning in the shadows and the sounds, like Jonah. You have even tried to find flaws in your own character through the replay of a single simple mistake, like Adam. Each of these attempts was an attempt to find a sense of certainty, to make the world legible, so that you could finally feel secure enough to rest. But certainty is not what you need for sleep. What you need is the permission to be uncertain. What you even need is the permission to be unobservant. The great relief is not in finding the answer to the thought, but in realizing the thought does not require an audience. It does not need your eyes to witness it. It does not need your intellect to validate it. It can exist in the dark, entirely unobserved, and the world will remain perfectly intact. Let your focus drift away from the halls of your mind and down into the density of your physical self. Feel the slow, heavy pull of gravity on your shoulders. Feel the warmth trapped beneath the layers of your quilt. Notice the slight, rhythmic expansion of your chest and the way your breath cools as it leaves your nostrils. This is the only landscape that matters. This is the only territory you need to inhabit. When a thought enters, do not fight it. Do not push it away with effort, for pushing is just another form of chasing. Instead, treat it like a leaf floating on the surface of a very deep, very still pond. It may ripple the water for a moment. It may obscure the view of the bottom, but the depth of the pond remains. The water remains. The leaf is just something passing over the surface. Let the mind become heavy. Let the edges of your awareness soften until the distinction between your body and the bed begins to blur. There is no need to hold on to the shape of your identity tonight. There is no need to be the person who solves, or the person who remembers, or the person who fears. Tonight, you can simply be the space where these things occur. The night is not a vacuum to be filled with meaning. It is a vast, dark container, and you are resting within it. Every thought, every memory, and every flicker of anxiety is merely a guest passing through a room that is far too large to be bothered by them. They come, they tap, and they depart. The stillness of the room is your sanctuary. The weight of your blankets is your boundary. Within this boundary, there is no need for investigation. There is no need for the heavy labor of interpretation. There is only the slow, steady, and beautiful descent into the dark. Let the light in your mind go out. Let the hallways dim. Let the doors stay shut. The night is complete, and so are you. Rest. Just rest.